Chicken again. Crashed. Where's my chicken? Alright, just gonna wait. Hmm? If you do not request this launch and send this option, so that's all. Hmm? Okay. Launching Tekken. Hmm. Come on. What? Most of it isn't fun. Go to your patient status. Like him. Like him. Here we go.
Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 7. Huarang.
Kurosaki Ichigo. Tekken 7.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
What's taking too long? Come on. There you go. I got an error message. Failed to connect.
New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Let's see our first match. Oh, crap. It's Kazuya. This is going to be hard. Oh, he's got 66 wins. I got 64. This is going to be fun.
Round one. Fight.
Oh, crap.
KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO.
Oh, he quit.
I'm just starting up. That guy can't accept defeat.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Get ready for the next battle. favorite character? I'm supposed to use the Jin. I mean Jin. But I can't do the wave dash. It's so hard. So I'll just take the hammer. I mean, Kurosaki Ichigo.
Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO.
I'm dead.
Round three. Fight. KO. Round four.
Was a miss.
Fight. KO. Final round.
My final chance.
Fight. You win. Get ready for the next battle.
Isn't it? You want revenge?
Round one. Fight.
Let's take it.
KO.
Doesn't want to get me.
Round two. Fight. KO.
No. No.
Round 3. Fight.
I was lucky.
You lose.
All hammered.
Get ready for the next battle.
Gonna give him. Oh, the boy.
Right. Out.
Round 1. Fight. Perfect. Round 2. Fight. Perfect. Round 3. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle.
Take it all you can.
Oops.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You win.
What?
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh no. Oh boy, I don't like this stage.
Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight.
You want more?
KO. You win.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
Sake Ichigo. And he doesn't want to fight again.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Tafina. Oh boy. Here we go again.
Let's start this.
Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO.
That's bad.
Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. KO.
Sorry, Tafina.
You lose.
I don't know her moves yet.
What did I just do?
I don't know about you. Let's take our revenge.
Get ready for the next battle.
Let's start this.
Round one. Fight. Great. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. KO.
That's what you get.
You win.
Let's start this.
Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight.
That's a stun.
KO.
I can
Round four.
stun.
Fight. You win.
Finish her. She doesn't want to take more defeat.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Devil Chin.
Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. Great. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
What?
KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight. You win. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. You win.
He doesn't want to take it anymore.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Get ready for the next battle. Oh, Macaco-kun. He's only got one win.
Round one. Fight.
So lucky.
KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. KO. You win. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, crap, it's Brian.
Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Get ready for the next battle.
Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. Not cool. KO. Round three. Fight. Not cool. Lights out. Holy smoke!
Holy smoke.
Great. Round four. Fight. Shit! Shit! KO. You win.
Like I said, I know you.
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. Lights out. KO. Round two. Fight. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Badass. KO. Round three. Fight. Not cool. It's KO. You lose. Buddy, you still there? Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. Perfect. Round three. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. You win.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
No exceptions. Not cool.
KO. Round two. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Round three. Fight.
Not cool.
No exceptions. KO. Round four. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight.
Lights out. It's over.
KO. You lose.
Buddy.
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. Holy smoke! Round two. Fight. Not cool. Holy smoke! KO. Round three. Fight. Great. Easy peasy lemon squeeze. Not cool. KO. Round four. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. Not cool. Not cool. KO.
See,
You lose.
thirsty. She is.
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. Not cool. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. Not cool. Perfect.
그거 뭐 필살기 같은 건 없어?
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Round four. Fight.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Final round. Fight.
벌써 끝이야?
You win.
더 덤벼봐.
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. Perfect. Round four. Fight.
Lights out. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
KO. Final round. Fight.
Not cool. God damn.
벌써 끝이야? 더 덤벼봐.
I think I want the other one.
Get ready for the next battle.
Can you give me one? Of course. Thank you. Put it inside there and bring it there. Bring it here. Bring it here. Put it here. Thank you. Because I'm gonna eat it when my coffee's here.
Round 1. Fight.
Like that!
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Badass. Pow, pow, pow.
What's Penguin?
KO.
벌써 끝이야?
You win.
더 덤벼봐.
New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
He knows my next opponent right now. We are going to be
Oh no.
Brian again.
Come on. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight.
Done.
KO. Get ready for the next battle.
Pwede po sino makuha. Pwede makancel.
Round 1. Fight. Perfect. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO.
너
You win.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. Perfect. Round 4.
Huh?
Fight. Great. Final round. Fight. KO. Get ready for the next battle.
I need my toy.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. Great. Round four. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle.
Human din ba? Ganaan ko sa ilang...
Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. Perfect. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. Perfect. Round four. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO.
어머,
You win.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. You win. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO.
뭐
You win.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. Great. Final round. Fight. KO. You win. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. Great. Round three. Fight.
그럼
You
뭐
win.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. Perfect. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. Great. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO.
그럼
You
뭐
win.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. Great. Round four. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. You lose.
話にならんな。
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. Great. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. Perfect. You lose.
話にならんな。
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. Perfect. Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You lose.
話にならんな。
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You lose.
話にならんな。
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Fight. Great. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win. Get ready for the next battle.
Here comes the challenger.
Round one. Fight.
Don't steal!
KO.
Don't steal!
Round two. Fight. KO. Round three.
He doesn't know that move.
Fight.
Oh crap.
I forgot about
KO.
it. You got me there,
Round
boy.
4.
You got me there.
Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
I got you.
Get ready for the next battle.
Is Kurosaki Ichigo. I'm your worst nightmare.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
My turn.
You're dead.
KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
Come with me, boy. Oh. Another defeat.
challenger.
On your challengers.
Get ready for the next battle.
What? Just playing. I'm just
Playing here, Prince.
Oh crap.
Safina. I hate Safina.
Nothing.
Round one. Fight. KO.
I really hate Safina.
Round two. Fight.
It's too far.
KO.
I die.
Round three. Fight.
What? That was big. Oh, you did.
Great. Round four. Fight.
What?
KO. Final round. Fight.
What the heck?
KO.
어머.
You win.
필살기 같은 건 없어.
Can't believe I still won that fight.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Get ready for the next battle.
Ooh, Devil Genie. Devil Genius. Of course.
Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round
doing
four.
that.
Fight.
And I did it again. Oh, crap. Not working. It's not.
KO.
What?
You lose.
I lose.
Get ready for the next battle.
That is in my hair and on the stop it.
Round one. Fight. KO. Round two.
That didn't work.
Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. You lose.
Let's bounce back.
Oh crap. Okay.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Standing.
KO.
Good.
Round 2. Fight.
Why is so laggy? Okay.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Oh crap.
KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You win.
And he doesn't want to read. Okay.
Get ready for the next battle.
It's not picking guns.
I know now.
Well, what?
I know his moves now.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Tech roll.
Round 3.
Don't tickle.
Fight.
Ah. Shouldn't do that.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Alright, we're done. Okay, back. Ooh, you got me there. What? Ah, crap. Changing stance.
KO.
I knew your moves, bro.
Final round. Fight.
Oh.
KO.
벌써 끝이야? 더 덤벼봐.
Worst mistake.
Nah, he doesn't want to fight. I knew it. Let me go to the toilet.
New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
And our next opponent will be
Get it forward!
Brian.
Oh, how wrong.
No one is
Mirror match.
sorry, I had to train. No one is driving. Get in forward! Get in forward! Get in forward!
Round 1. Fight.
Floriano. Oh.
KO. Round 2. Fight. three.
It's not rewarding.
Fight.
Too slow. Too slow. Too slow.
KO. Round four. Fight.
Too slow.
KO. Final round. Fight. KO.
벌써
You
끝이야?
win.
더 덤벼봐.
오로자키 기치고.
Get ready for the next battle.
Guy. Tensa Sankits.
Round one.
I'm the one with the
Fight.
bike.
KO.
Too slow.
Round two. Fight.
What the heck? That's rewarding. Oh crap.
KO.
Got me there.
Round three. Fight. Perfect. Round four. Fight. Great. Final round.
That was your chance.
Fight.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
You
끝이야?
win.
더 덤벼봐.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2.
That's rewarding.
Fight.
Nice. Oh, yeah.
KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO.
Bad.
Final round.
This is his chance again.
Fight. KO.
벌써
You
You
끝이야?
break
더
lose.
덤벼봐.
Right.
Get ready for the next battle.
Whoa!
He got me there. You're gonna pay for it.
Yo, it's shot at mirror. I mean, picture.
Round 1.
Nightmare.
Fight. KO. Round 2.
Feel that.
Fight. KO.
I did.
Round 3. Fight. KO.
Missed the button.
Round 4. Fight.
Dead. Ooh, there's still more.
Great. Final round. Fight. KO.
어머.
You win.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
That was your chance.
He's gonna fight. Yeah, he's quitting.
He's quitting now.
Diesel the train.
New challenger.
Stop.
Get ready for the next battle.
Hey, we need something. Oh yes. That is so much stronger. We need something to stop Diesel. We need something.
Oh crap, Dragonov. I don't know his moves.
Here comes trouble. Here comes trouble.
Oh, we need chairs.
Round 1.
Skulomania.
Fight.
Oh, wait, what?
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Fast. Hey, hey.
KO.
Oh yeah.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, what? What the heck?
KO.
He's back! He doesn't want to fight again. So let's
New challenger. New challenger.
See? Stop forget.
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO.
This guy is
Round
good.
two. Fight. KO.
This
Round three.
trouble.
Fight.
Oh crap. I missed the combo.
벌써
You
끝이야? 더
lose.
덤벼봐.
This is going to be trouble.
Get ready for the next battle.
At least I can learn something from Hwoarang.
Jesus' face is.
Round one. Fight.
I don't know that move.
KO.
Can't win
Round
this.
two. Fight.
Ah.
KO.
So hard.
Round three. Fight.
What? Oh, that's nice.
KO.
He's got
You
moves that I
lose.
don't know
필살기
yet.
같은 건 없어?
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Ah, shoot.
KO.
I can't do this.
Round 2.
Skip.
Fight.
He's got lots of combos.
KO.
How
Round 3.
the heck
fight.
did you do that?
KO.
The heck?
어머.
You lose.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
Get ready for the next battle.
ZV Winky. Okay. Let's not slow that down
Round
more
1.
than 4 then.
Fight.
Oh crap.
Body shaky! Body shaky!
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Great. Round 4. Fight. Perfect. You lose.
So fast.
Ow, ow, ow.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
What?
Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
What the heck? Why is
KO.
my moves getting cancelled
You
out?
lose.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
Get ready for the next battle.
Look at your tummy.
Round 1. Fight.
What the heck?
KO. Round 2.
Hey, hey.
Fight.
What the heck? Oh. Grab.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
What the?
KO. Round 4.
This guy's good.
Fight. KO.
I need to
You
know that move.
lose.
Ah, just gonna fight. Okay.
Get ready for the
See it
next
again.
battle. Round 1. Fight.
What the? What?
KO.
That my movements are limited.
Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. You lose.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
Get ready for the next battle.
We got a problem. Yeah. What is
We gotta figure it out.
Round 1.
Wins 12.
Fight.
What the heck? Why am I kicking?
KO. Round 2.
So fast.
Fight.
I can't kick.
KO. Round 3.
Is he in the
Fight.
fish for him? Oh. Oh, what?
KO.
No, this is no way.
뭐
You lose.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
I know why. I keep on lagging. Ah, that's too bad. It's like my controls are out of sync. That's why it's so hard. What the heck? What the? What the?
New challenger.
Fight him again. I wanna fight him again.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh man. Oh, this is the same Kazuya. This is the same Kazuya that quit when he got defeated.
Okay, I'm back.
I remember that icon. Yeah,
Round 1.
yeah, it's him.
Fight.
What? Oh, it's not him. Whoa!
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
Should not do that.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Too bad.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO.
How did he do that?
Round
Why
2.
is his
Fight.
power so fast? Nice.
KO.
You
Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. Get ready for the next battle.
What is going on?
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2.
Too slow.
Fight. Perfect. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.
Oh, what?
KO. Final round. Fight.
Yeah,
You
this
lose.
next. Definitely is gonna quit. Let's get defeated.
Get ready for the next battle.
Get a good some food.
Round 1. Fight. KO.
Yeah, that's him.
Round 2. Fight.
He knows what to do. What?
KO. Round 3. Fight. KO.
Wrong kick.
Get ready for the next battle.
Probably got pissed off when his wins. Oh, I'm gonna do it.
Round 1.
Okay.
Fight.
Okay. Oh, what the heck?
KO.
Thanks.
Round 2. Fight.
What the heck? Oh, crap. This technical broken.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Ouch.
4. Fight.
What the?
Perfect.
Something's wrong.
話にならんな。
So much delay in the input.
Get ready for the next battle.
It's gonna drive me mad again if it's getting
Round 1. Fight.
Oh. Ah, man.
KO. Round 2.
Not looking good.
Fight.
What the heck?
KO. Round 3.
Controls are not doing what I want.
Fight. KO. You lose.
Last game. Okay. That's it for now. Getting out of sync. Alright.